G'day, H-Ives. How are you? Just finished getting these video chat things. Chat windows, that's what they're called. G'day to you. Ads coming in. What are we doing today? We are going to start off with segmenting our radial menu based on the number of menu options that need to be displayed. So we're going to have some math, some basic trig and whatnot.
First.
That's correct, David. First indeed. G'day, you gidunts. Ooh, an error and got second. Nice. Well, third, dang it. You should have redeemed before you posted a message. That you had your priorities wrong, yeah? That was your issue. But yeah, we're going to be dealing with this stuff. Absolutely cray-cray. Absolutely. Abso-frickin-lutely.
My bad.
It's okay. Just don't let it happen again. Prioritize things. That's all you need. Oh, how was everyone's weekend? I gotta tell you, I slept real well last night. It was amazing. It was amazing. Yep. That's right. G'day to all the gidunts.
I was a very naughty chair. I need to be sat on, and spankings.
No. No. That's HR issue. I will fire you. And in your case, because you're made of wood, firing you isn't just, like, removing you from the company.
No one is going to sit on you.
Exactly. Thank you. Finally, HR doing their job for once. Christ. Took them long enough. I just need to double check, make sure my sounds are all correct. Cool. Firefox is going to my headphones. Spotify is going to you. Godot is going to you. Godot Play is going to you. Cool. Love it. Gonna make sure things are working on a new system. Yeah. Let me see here. Because, okay, so who here is good with trig? Who remembers trigonometry?
Python reference.
Yes. The Castle Anthrax. Yep. It's not a very good name, is it? Castle Anthrax.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay. Ads are over. Yay. Okay. What we need we need to start... We need to get this divided into segments. So, basically...
It is only a model.
It's only a model. Where are we? I think it's this. Dark side of the force. Something, something, emperor, something. Correct. G'day, Razor. How are you doing? Always late. So what I want to do, currently by default I have this. So we have a primary and secondary. I need to remove this. And this X is going to be incorrect. We need it set up so that if there's one, it's just this. And we can also do... segments greater than 1. Something like that. Too early to be fashionably late though.
Thank you reaction at. It's my favorite.
It's been removed. It's been removed because there was like 2 hours of chat talking about pooping themselves one day. And I was like, nah, my chat is not going to be the chat that talks about pooping themselves. That's just not what my chat's going to be. I'm saving you from yourself. What up, Giddy? How are you doing? Calm down, H-Hives. Jeez. That's why.
Hypnotic pooped himself.
You pooped yourself. Bam. Hello and good night. Hello, Rudy. Good night, Rudy. There we go. So that's the kind of thing we want there. I think we also need to change...
Tick pooped himself and people were using the reaction to make fun of him. That's why he removed it.
Nah. Lies and slander. Color. Rugby. Oh, I know why. Yeah. Wrong spot,
I pooped my pants, thank you.
I think. If scale is greater than 0.05. Oh, I know why. That's why. That's why. Duh. What up, gamer? You are late. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm just making sure I did indeed have coffee in there. Noita last night was so frustrating. Chat ended up destroying me like 15 times. Was the worst.
Tick hat sig vulgar cat. Estat my HM lied.
On. Does the second part of that mean what I think it is? Hang on. I do need to practice a lot more German before I go to Munich. I thought that said he's sorry. Or excuse him. Errors! Good day, you good dunce. How are ya? See, now I have to go over to my second monitor, and I have to go lurk in someone else's channel now that you've raided into me. G'day, you good dunce. What were you up to today? Tell everyone in chat about it. What I'm working on today, for those of you that don't know, I'm making a bobblehead shop simulator. So, think trading card game simulator, but with bobbleheads. I have the fun task this morning of doing math. Ugh. Menu management. Nice. Nice. I would show the game, but as you can see, it's all broken because of the changes that we're doing at the moment. So, yeah. Very frustrating. Hello, Kitty. What up, Ginger? How are you? Working on cereal today. We are. Coffee, you love math? Excellent. You can give me a hand. I need this circle to divide up into sections based on how many segments I'm passing into it. And I need to do it via a shader. You know? I already have it animating. I see a recurring pattern when I come to raiding game devs and having the game unplayable. Hopefully this is the last time I have to do like a breaking change to things. Hopefully. I've already reworked the entire interaction side of things. Now I'm just reworking the UI side of things. And yeah, everything should be smooth sailing from then on. Yeah. It's called not having a plan. That's my issue. I don't plan these things. Unfortunately, I'm really bad at math. Aww. You love it, but you're not good at it. I'm the same. I am the exact same, Coffee. Love it, not good at it. Thank you for the follow too. Much appreciated. You two are officially a Gedunt now that you've followed, which means it's spelled this way, G''DUNT. You can introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt now. You know? The best way to do it is unprompted, completely unprompted. Organize a meeting with your boss, sit them down and go, all right, I'm a Gedunt. And then watch the pay rises roll in every week. This only works if you have a certain type of manager. Only way to find out is by doing it. Yep. I'm unemployed. Go up to the government. Yep. Go up to whoever's in charge of your country. Organize a meeting with them. Sit them down. Awesome. Can I buy the mug? You can. You can. We've got two. We've got white and we've got black. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And they come in different sizes too. These are Australian pricing as well, by the way, not US pricing. So if you change it to US, it's a bit more, yeah. Don't ignore the high price for the Australian side of things, you know. But yes, we do. Yes, we do. And the great thing is, you can, like, if someone comes up to you in the morning while you're working and having your coffee, you can just stare at them. Just. Yeah. And then they read it. They read it and they're like, are they mad at me? What? It's cheap because Hypno cares about the consumer. Damn right. You're damn right I do, gamer. Oh, that's what I should do. One of the open source Chad bow down at my glory. Mine still takes over a month to arrive. I mean, you just gotta live somewhere that's not in the middle of an ocean, you know? Like, it's not my fault you're in Scotland. It's like the worst place to try and get stuff to. Vikings trying to pillage the ships before they get there. Come on. It's because you live on that space station. But yes, I'm in case you haven't noticed, I'm purposefully delaying working on this. Just because I don't know where to start even. Ever since going from Unity to Godot, I've almost completely switched to an open source workflow. Yeah, same here. Well, for me, since I've switched to Linux, I'm like completely open source workflow. I even use Blender to make my YouTube shorts. I don't use DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve working on Linux? That sucks. It breaks randomly. Procrastination is one of the few good things in life. I know. As a streamer, it's kind of okay as long as you're still interacting with chat, because you're still technically working at that point. You know? I'm tired. What's the goal of the math again? We need this circle to be divided into segments based on this number here. So if it's just one segment, it's this. If it's two segments, it's this, and it'll have a line straight through the middle. If it's three segments, it's this, but it'll have like a Y sort of thing. So you have like 1, 2, 3. And then if it's this, it's got like a cross. So I need to do like a 2 pi divided by segment sort of thing, I guess. On the ATAN? Or the TAN? I don't know. Are you doing the Godot Wild Jam, or is this something else? So this is something else. This is a main project. It was part of Just Cavino's Jiggle Jam, which is where the bobblehead idea came from, because the head's controlled by the jiggle bone. And then people liked it, so I decided to keep going with it. And we're getting really far with it. I've got so many ideas for this game. We've got different types of bobbleheads, like different categories and what. G'day, Chapel. How are you doing? Welcome in, you fantastic Gadun. We'll have different, so there's going to be like professional bobbles, which are like, you know, scientist, teacher, police officer, firefighter, paramedic, all that kind of stuff. And then you'll have casual bobbles that are just like everyday people. And then you'll have hero villain bobbles, which are like obviously your superhero, supervillain bobbles. And then we have your athletic or your sporty bubbles, which like we'll have a tennis player, we'll have a soccer player, we'll have a golf player, a basketball player, all that kind of stuff. Chilling, how's the day been? It's good. We are 20 minutes in. Bobbleheads. So those bobble. It's very. I've noticed that it's difficult because bobble sounds a lot like bubble and bauble. You know, so people have thought that we're doing a bobble shop. A bobble shop. Others have thought we're doing a bubble shop. Others have thought we're doing a bauble shop. Yeah. These type of things. So yeah. But we've got artwork done. Like we've got where are we? We've got these. Like these here are our textures. Yeah. I might actually bring them up a bit better than that. Show me file manager. Nope, that's terminal. That's a terminal, not a file manager. Control Alt R, yeah. Oh, fine. From working directory. And take this. There we go. Here we go. So you've got the athletes. So this is the box for it. Oh no, it's a terminal file manager. Ah! I know, right? What if you make a bobblehead and cause more confusion? What I could do, Chapel, is one of the villains could be Bobblehead. Or Dr. Bubblehead. Or something like that. And his head can just be a bubble. I can do that. That's easy. That's ideas for DLC, the different puns of your game. We start selling baubles as well. Have a superhero that's like a Christmas hero. And he's Saint Baubblehead. So he's got a bauble for a head. Bauble man. And yeah, what we'll do is I want to create... I want to have different things that you can sell in the store. So you'll have your bobbleheads, and then you'll also have the cases that people can buy to like display their bobbleheads in. And then you also have repair kits that people can buy. You'll have, and I want to have like comics. I want to have comics that people in the, like NPCs in the game can purchase. And those comics are about, like, have like 5 or 10 comics that are a bit, like, each comic is about a different bobblehead. And then I want to create those comics in real life so that people can buy the comics of the bobbleheads and read it in real life, not just sell the comic in their store. Sell display cases for their display cases of their display cases for their bubbles. So you're thinking sell like a display cabinet that they can put their display cases in, and then also sell a display case that goes around the display cabinet. That's some smart thinking. That's some security right there. You got to protect your investment. Yeah. Have to. I guess I should probably do the math. Also, how are you doing, Chapel? Let me give a shout out to, like, my opinion, best pixel artist on Twitch. You know? Bobble locks for your locks. For your locks. For your locks. What would a bobble lock be? Would it be that the actual lock bobbles? Who made Bobblebox texture that looks awesome? That was Papa Laquan. Papa Laquan did the artwork for those. Mm-hmm. That reminds me. I need to double check that payment for hotels have happened. I'm going to Godot Fest in November. So that's gonna be fun. It'll be very, 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 very fun. Fresh the SO. Gonna be chilling and work on some art for the eventual Steam page. Oh, nice. Lovely. Why does the bobble have nutrition info? Are we eating the bobbles? Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't overthink it. Do not overthink this, okay? It's the last thing you want to do. The lock is a bobblehead guy whose head is also another bobble lock. And the same for the limbs. And you need bobblehead keys to unlock them at the same time to open the main one. That sounds like a nightmare. That sounds like a nightmare, kitty. Now, I will say, we do have something a little bit off in this game. Occasionally, one of the bobbleheads in your store will come to life. Mm-hmm. And then you can either throw them into a wood chipper, and if you do that, your store gets a blessing, and you get like bonuses to like people coming into the store and like better reviews and stuff like that for a day. Or you can sell them to people looking for the occult. Or you can put them to work in your shed fixing bobbles that people bring in that are broken. So you either traffic conscious bobbles because why not? Or you destroy conscious bobbles because why not? Or you force them to work for no money because why not? Don't focus too much on the negatives of that or the negative connotations of that, all right? Focus on the entertaining gameplay. Focus on the money coming in from doing those things. I'll put in achievements for like, you know, destroy 100 bobbles, destroy 1,000 bobbles, all that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow as well. Much appreciated. You're fantastic, Gadunts. Make sure you tell people you're a Gadunt. Sloop. Nah, Sizzler. How are you doing, Sizzler? What up? Oh, also, my streaming schedule is a bit weird these days. I do 2 5-hour streams a day. So if it's your nighttime right now and you need to go to bed, that's perfectly fine because you can catch me when I do my stream tonight. So you don't need to stay up all night to watch. You can go to sleep, get up, and then join us in the night. You late goose. How do you manage that schedule? Holy moly. I get up at 5 a.m. I make a YouTube short in the morning. I get clips from the previous day. Stream 5 hours. And then I take 5 hours off in the middle of the day. That 5 hours in the middle of the day is for making YouTube videos, cleaning, cooking, groceries, going to the doctor, going to the dentist, getting exercise, making more shorts if I have time so that I can like get ahead in the number of shorts I have. And then I do another 5 hours of streaming at night. And then I finish stream, go to bed, and go to sleep for like 30 minutes after I finish streaming. Yeah. To manage that sort of schedule, you need to you need to be very, very focused. If you're not focused, that 5 hours in the middle, is just gone because you just like spend the time gaming or watching stuff or not actually doing the things you should be doing. It's not even being built different. It's just you got to put yourself in the pattern. You've got to build the habit. So you might start off with that 5 hour period being wasted, but eventually you slowly start to do things. And then eventually the entire 5 hour thing is you doing things. Because I don't look at streaming as work. This is too fun to be work for me. I have worked 9 to 5 jobs, like 15 years. This is way too fun to be a job. I tend to just play games and talk while streaming. I do that occasionally. Like last night, we got up to this point with the segmenting of the circle, and I immediately just went, "No, it's 8 p.m. I'm not doing math. I'm just playing Noita. That's it." Thinking of starting drawing again on stream? Do it. Do it. We actually did some Bob Ross on stream. I think it's under here. Oh, I got rid of it. I've still got that though. Alright. I don't know if I have Critter installed.
I fell asleep
do
wearing
not.
my tail because I forgot it was on and I was tired as fudge.
Sudo Pacman Critter. Let's see. Yep. Gots to get Critter. 25 years of Critter. If it loads. Let's see if you can see where I went wrong. There it is. So that's what we did digitally, as you can probably tell because it's in Critter. This part here, this stuff through here is where we went wrong. That's the crap stuff. I do really like the trees though. Like this tree line's no, I like that. Yeah. But yeah. That's what we did. That's what we did. I'm using my software exclusively through Steam, so I can flex to my friends how long I've been working. Yeah, I don't think that's smart for me. If I did that, like, I'd be 4,000 hours in all of them over the last year. It'd be nightmarish. I have 941 hours in Godot, according to Steam. Not counting time spent in Godot Mono. Yeah, that's because Godot Mono is not a real thing. we don't talk about Godot Mono. It requires you to have Microsofty stuff, and no thank you. What do we need? That's right, we need to do this segmenting. So if the scale is that, else if it's that, I've often got multiple creative apps open as I switch between software to get shit done quickly. Fair. I need something in here that goes, or check segment. And then we do a function. We do like, bool check segment. Let's do like return true sort of thing. Oh, because I did segment. There we go. Maybe I should default you to return false. Interesting. That'll work. When did you switch to Arch? Oh, pay attention to me. Calm down, Goose. Calm down. Jesus. There's a lot of people in here at the moment. Alright. What up, Tricky? When did he switch to Arch? I switched to Arch about what is it? It's mid-July. About 3 weeks ago. About 3 weeks ago.
Time for some nerd talk. Been going through and trying to figure out a way of handling graphics. Going to be doing a customizable character map which is going to be limiting, but I don't feel like chunking out 28 kilobytes for RAM for bitmap graphics.
That's fair. That's fair. What up, Sammy? How are you? Went to eat with friends. Nice. I tried Fedora, but couldn't get OBS screen capture Pipewire to work. Fair. Fair. There are some weird things that I think it's a Hyperland issue. But when I was on Kubuntu, so KDE, front end stuff, my screen capture for my overlay, my overlay had used to have a transparent background. But now Hyperland doesn't, OBS in Hyperland doesn't detect that transparency. So it's like OBS isn't able to get the transparency from Hyperland or something. So I had to add this green behind me.
Freak school.
Damn school. And yeah, that's broken a lot of stuff now. Can't just use a transparency mask. It's got a chroma key applied to it. It's not a Wayland problem, no, because I was using KDE on Wayland when I was running Kubuntu, and it was still working fine. It's only after I changed to Arch and Hyperland that it no longer works. So I think it's a Hyperland thing. Like it's an OBS Hyperland thing. They're not talking transparency correctly. Yeah. But the problem is, now that I've got that green background, you've got weird artifacting stuff. Like, I can't run credits at the moment because the credit screen is a purple background with green text. That green text in my overlay gets filtered out by the chroma key. I'm like, shit. What is Hyperland exactly? Hyperland is this stuff. It's a window composition type thing. Hyperland.org. Hyper.land. It's this. It's a modern compositor with the looks. So it's basically allows you to just do your window management stuff. KDE, Cinnamon, Mate, GNOME, XFCE, all of these are other window managers and whatnot. Hyperland's just a newer window manager for Wayland, which allows you to do a lot of cool things.
XFCE mentioned.
XFCE mentioned indeed. So for example, this bar up here is completely customizable to what you want to do. All you need to do is alter the Waybar style. And this is my styling for all this stuff. So you'll notice we've got, where is it? So you've got like all this stuff here. How we've got the background to be like a solid green, only if we're hovering it though. Oh, sorry, the background color is purple and the font is green. When we hover it, which is somewhere here. When we hover any of them, then we change the background color and the color. So it's all just basic styling stuff. And then you've got the Hyperland config as well. And in here is where you define all of your hotkeys. So you see, I've got hotkeys set up for Godot, for one Firefox profile, two Firefox. Did you know Firefox had profiles? Firefox has profiles. All you need to do is go Firefox -P. It brings up Profile Manager. I had no idea that existed because I'm used to finding profiles in the menu. But it's not like I can't find it in the menu on Firefox. So anyway, and then, you know, we've got Steam, Discord, Startup, Kitty Terminal. Howdy, Oki, how are you? With my stream config, and that's just like a larger font size for people to be able to see. And then another one for OBS. Don't ask me why. Like, I don't know. This one here allows me to toggle Waybar on and off. I wonder if my issue was a GNOME thing. It shouldn't be. Like, GNOME's generally pretty stable. Because what was it? OBS, GNOME, screen capture. GNOME Screencast OBS plugin. Are you using Wayland or X11? I'm not a bot. Thank you for agreeing. Oh, this goes back a while. Screen capturing not working on Debian GNOME. Do you get a black screen when you do it?
GNOME, 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 GNOME.
You're a GNOME. I'm not a Gnoblin. I'm not a Gnelf. But is this what you get when you do a screen capture?
And you've been nomad.
No. I ain't a nomad. That's right, Sizzler. I'm currently back on X11 with Linux Mint and fine, but when I tried Fedora GNOME Wayland, the windowed mode in screen capture would make the game zoom in. Okay. So it would have like a corner of the game appear here sort of thing. And it wasn't just the screen capture needed to be like resized or something. Like whoopsies. Oopsie doopsie. Okay. I wonder if it's a resize issue. Like, are you scaling your native resolution from like 4K or 1440p or something down to 1080p and then streaming that out in OBS? Does your OBS do any scaling like that? Change display resolution without stretching the input. Issue with screencasting when using display scaling. Tried to set both to the base and canvas to 720p for resources. I play at 1440p. I wonder if it's... Do you have any scaling applied to your desktop?
Meow GNOME are taking over Melbourne in mass. Protect yourself with a shovel or something similar.
Well, that's not good. That's not good. It's a good thing gnomes are short, because if a gnome attacks you, you can generally just like punt it across the road. Like, how to change OBS screen size? Nope. OBS Studio captures a small window instead of full screen. OBS is zoomed in for no reason. Well, that sounds similar. Nothing I try changes anything. Open OBS Night to record some gameplay, and for some reason everything is zoomed in way too far, and my scene setups have elements that are completely off the screen. Nah, it doesn't sound like that's the issue. I had the same problem. I just right-clicked the source with the game on it, then hit resize output source size button. Now it's centered and no longer zoomed in. Huh. I wonder if that would work for you. I don't know the exact issue. I'm just going off other stuff. Probably change the preview window or the recording resolution somehow. Output resolution changing would be my first suspect as well. Yeah, it looks like there could be a few things there. Might be worth just tinkering with a few different options, seeing what happens.
And the rest of us United States are in for a rude surprise open mouth face on the way home from the airport today at around noon to give us some advice on the best ways we can get to the hotel for the night at the hotel in case.
You gotta stop with the random gibberish. That's hurting my head way too much. It hurts my head so much.
Announcer, I did not understand a single thing you just said.
Yeah. That was happening last night too. It literally made my neck twitch. I'll have a look later, maybe Wayland or that specific way to capture doesn't work well with base resolution being different than the actual base resolution. Yeah, it could be some sort of window scaling that's happening in OBS. My brain is malfunctioning. Please
malfunctioning.
stop.
Please
I like
stop. Please, I beg of you.
That's good. Yep, I agree. Needs to stop. I petitioned to change the announcer's voice to Ian US WaveNet C, unfortunately a premium only voice, so we can have Ada from Satisfactory announcer TTS.
Are we gonna be doing some dev been using us to delay?
I've created a function that returns false. That's dev. It's not good dev, but it's dev. Hello, Dark. How are you?
Please, no.
With an X composite is fine for it. Interesting. Still more productive than Camino Stream. Hey, at least the function's doing what I want it to. It's returning false.
2 hours in our yes function that return false him.
Yep. And we're only 50 minutes in, thank you very much. Alright? We're only 50 minutes in. X11 window capture is X composite, yeah. It could be that the pipe wire isn't capturing
Well, I
it
can
correctly.
see the future. We are still here in an hour.
Because the pipe wire capture is trying to do it for a Wayland rendered window, but the game is actually being rendered as an X11 window, so you need to use X composite screen capture to make it work correctly.
ABC, can you please stop confusing us?
I need to check something actually. Okay, so my OBS only has pipe wire capture. It doesn't have X composite screen capture. I'm wondering if that's the issue with my overlay, because my overlay is technically an X11 window, but I'm trying to capture it with pipe wire.
Oh boy, shit.
Maybe I need to figure out how to get X composite in my OBS so that I can capture the overlay window with X composite. Oh, that's gonna be the issue. Yep. Thank you, Zero. Thank you very much. You have helped me with my issue. Going to disappear and have breakfast and a cup of tea? Get a coffee, man. Get a coffee. Calculates calculates.
Does this mean we can a bigger function now as a reward?
Yep.
What to have for lunch? Orange chicken, pasta, something else. Too many choices.
Why don't you combine the orange chicken with the pasta?
Mum won't let me. She think I'll bounce off the wall and everything.
Have orange chickster. Yeah.
Oh,
You bounce off the wall and everything. I mean, fair. Fair.
I'm not racist, so I don't mind what color chicken I'm eating.
Whatever you do, don't eat red chicken or pink chicken, because that means it's like bloody and or raw. You shouldn't do that. Don't do it. You're talking trash. I'm not talking trash. I'm not talking trash. Other people are talking trash. All right? I'm just encouraging them.
Just Galino knows him scared of chicken.
Pink chicken lives matter, they just as tasty, Ibra trust.
Nah. Separate question. How do you hear all chats? I found a good way to multi-stream again, but I have no way to read all from Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. So
Trash. Know him talking garbage.
the window over there just displays Twitch chat because of Twitch's simulcasting stuff, which they've actually started sending warnings to large streamers that have merged chats. And the way I'm doing it is because, like, I have workspaces here with Hyperland. So this is workspace 1, this is workspace 4, this is workspace 5. Right? On this monitor that you can't see, it's got workspace 2 up, which has my overlay. It's got Twitch chat, Kick chat, YouTube chat, as well as Kick and Twitch activity feeds. And on workspace 3, I have OBS, Discord, and Spotify. So I just navigate between the different workspaces. And that setup is the exact same every stream. I just need to be able to see them all and know where they come. I don't need them mixed. That's fair. You can use stuff like I think Stream Elements has a OBS plugin, I think. Stream Elements has like an OBS plugin, SE Live, and this integrates with Twitch, X, Kick, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Threads, I think, like whatever that is. I don't know. And then that should, like that multi-chat UI there should display all of the chats together. I use it, but it can't work with Linux. Or can it work with Linux? It can. It's just an OBS plugin. It's just an OBS plugin, so you just drop it into the OBS plugin folder and it'll work. Same as on Windows. Oh no, that's right. SE Linux has some weird installer, doesn't it? Or SE Live has some weird installer.
The Threads logo is an @ sign.
Is an @ sign. Interesting. What was that weird T? What's that weird T? Weird. I don't know. Tumblr. I don't, like, you can't stream to Tumblr. Hang on. What I'll do, I'll just go back into this. And we'll just go to SE Live.
Someone spilt the tea, oh no.
Not the T. Inspect. Trovo. It's this. It's Trovo Live.
Better respect the tea, the British will come.
Nah, never. Never. The T's also Italian.
What the hell is Trovo?
It's just another live streaming service. It's kind of, I think it wanted to be Kick. Like, it wanted to be the second in charge. Like, second streaming platform thingamajig, but it didn't work out that way. What about DLive? What is DLive?
You should start streaming there too.
I need to figure out what I'm doing with internet first.
Yeah, but Italians don't know how tanks work, so I think we're good on that front.
Because at the moment, I'm streaming to Restream and Twitch. And it's taken about 13 megabits per second. If I start streaming to everything, I either need to start paying $60 or like I need to start paying like $70 a month for Restream, and that only allows me to stream to 3 places. Or I can spend another $40 a month on a different internet connection, which allows me to get 200 megabits upload.
Trovo, a live streaming platform focusing on gaming content, is owned by the Chinese tech giant Tencent. It was launched in 2020 as a competitor to Twitch, incorporating gamification elements like spells and treasure boxes to engage viewers.
Yeah. So a lot of my content isn't gaming content, so I do need to go get a coffee though. So I'm going to disappear and leave you with words while I go get my coffee. Okay? I'll be back, and then I promise, Kitty, we will get this function implemented. All right? We'll get it implemented. BRB.
Wait, so not only is the function a baby, but no one even talks to it.
and there was much rejoicing.
I'm back. I have coffee. Alright. Let's get this wrapped up. Um, Scammer. Ones. Sensor. Nice, nice. Well, Ores. O-R-E-S. Oh, I can't believe I thought of it after. I'm doing good, Intrex. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let me just, stop the word there. Do that. Do that. Do that. Whoop. Alright. We need to actually make this now. We need to actually write this function. We are writing code now. We are writing code. So. Calculates segment split. Enjoying life, refusing to be saddened by BS. Nice. Nice. Smart. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. The new schedule is like, I feel more productive under the new schedule. Have you seen the latest Lex Friedman podcast with DHH, the Ruby guy? Interesting persona. I have not. I don't watch a lot of podcasts, to be honest. Wait, let me be honest. I don't watch any podcasts at the moment. I made a segmented circle in Shader Toy. It might help. Have you come to terms with your goated hair? It's coming back. It's coming back. We'll see how it works. I did the dumbest kitchen mistake you can do. I put the pan in the oven to fully cook some meatballs in sauce. When I took it out, I uncovered it, checked it. Everything normal so far, right? Then I go to move the scalding hot pan handle with no mitt on my hand. Yeah, that's stupid. You did a stupid. That is correct, McCory. I hope you've got your hand running under some warm water, like some room temp, like not cold water, not hot water, but like some warmer than just cold water, like between cold and warm. What happened in this latest podcast, Giddy? I know I mentioned it already, but you could try Multi by Meld. It's free and let's stream multiple sites regardless of bandwidth. Really? Multi by Meld. No streaming restrictions, unlimited FPS, no bitrate caps, unlimited streaming duration, pro features for free, RTMP as source, custom destinations, no watermarks, no hidden fees. So, Windows and Mac. That's why. That's why. You have to download. But you have to use Meld Studios, which is Windows or Mac. I'm on Linux. Yeah. And unless I'm able to go through this. Oh no, so I can do this. I can do this. Okay. But it seems sus. It seems sus. Like, why are they just doing it for free? Engage mobile first audience, TikTok Live, YouTube Shorts, and others. Native portrait streaming made simple, built directly into Meld Studio. See, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. I can get a plugin for OBS that allows me to stream vertical scenes and horizontal scenes at the same time. So I can stream to TikTok Live, YouTube Shorts, and whatnot, as well as YouTube, Kick, Twitch, with the correct scenes, the correct setup. Yeah. It was 6 hours long, but they talked about a lot of things. The importance of open source. He's an anti-Apple at the moment and uses Linux. One of the founder of Basecamp. Wants the world to know how great Ruby on Rails is. Ruby on Rails. That's funny. I'd rather use Python. I don't need the vertical stuff right now. I'm planning on implementing it. Which is why I want to do it. I want to get that implemented before I go to Godot Fest, so that I can stream Godot Fest to all of those platforms. Does your baby function have someone to talk to it yet? Let's get on to it, kitty. Let's do it. So, what we need to do is we first need to calculate the angle from the center. Seems to be more people using Python than Ruby. Yeah, that's because Ruby is... Ugh. So what would that be? If we need to calculate it from the center... I think angle. Angle would be... Is there an angle or a degree? It's going to be... So if we do degrees, it takes a float's radians. Oh, what is it? I forget how I used to do it. I'm only using the multi since so far it works with Twitch's disconnect protection. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And that's kind of the other reason why I'm keeping Twitch running through OBS, is just because I know I know Twitch's disconnect protection is going to work. if I stream directly to it. Yeah. No distraction from the function. It's lonely and dumb. So how do we do this, Kitty? We need to figure out how to do this. We have the UV, which will be the X and it'll be the X and Y position. We need to go from 0, 0, and we need to get the angle based on the segment. I think it would be... Is it just a sine? Who's doing a sine? Do a float angle as sine vector. No. 2 pi over segments and then that's divided by segments. There we go. If I also want to rotate this. Plus pi on 2. The reason why I'm adding pi on 2 is because if I do it like that, I could do it as cos. I could do this as cos instead. So that way it should be straight vertical when it's 2. Should be. I don't know if this is correct math, but we'll find out. Tried the way you're doing it, but there was a lot of drop frames on the Twitch side and more render lag. I haven't had that issue. I think that's just a upload rate or a stability issue. So I have 40 megabits per second up max. I'm currently only using 13 of that. If I change my internet connection to have 200 megabits per second up, then I can stream to 5, 6, 7 platforms, not hitting anywhere near my upload limit. Still fine for your speeds. The price is crazy. That's Australia. Yep. Uniform int segments 8. Fragment centered UV would be UV minus vec2 0.5, since UV is around 0.5, 0.5, correct. Angle is A10, of course. Of course. Vec2 centered UV is UV minus vec2 0.5, and then its angle is A10 what was the A10? Yeah, it's the Y and the V. That's right. Y and X. So if we do that, mod angle plus 2 times pi. 2 times pi. Was that helpful? We'll find out. We will find out. Now it says chat is paused, but we'll see if that remains true. So we'll do angle as mod angle plus 2.0 times pi. 2.0 times pi. And then I don't need a segment index. What I need it to do is I need it to not highlight those areas. So I want to do like a return so like what I want it to do is when I've got 2 segments, I want there to be a split between these segments here. So I need it to return true when it's within a few pixels or a few, like within an area of that. Not for GD, not for shader language stuff, because GD shaders don't work that well. Like if I go over here and I go to where are we? UI. Where was the shader? Here it is. If I try to do stuff in here, it's not gonna work correctly. But we'll give it a shot. Why not? So this here, we can't just return the segments or anything like that. I want to check the line from center out from that angle. For each segment. So I would need to do I would need to do a for loop that essentially looks at like, no, I wouldn't need to do that. Like, I guess I could do angle over segments. Is that? Hang on, let me see. What the hell is segment index? That'd be a for loop. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. Let's have you return false for now. And it's not the mouse. It's not the mouse center. Like, don't assume that the mouse is going to be hidden or captured in the center of the screen. Back to let me read this. Rid of that. What up, awesomely? Normalize 0 to 1. Segments we want to test for. Don't need to worry about that. That's all very. Hang on, I need to make it non-static so we're not targeting for a specific segment or anything. Oh god damn it! I scroll up and it says chat paused due to scrolling, and then another message comes in. It automatically scrolls chat, and I lose where I'm up to. Uniform float, inner radius, uniform float outer radius, X segment splits, to center. I might have been stupid and burnt myself, but this meatballs and spaghetti is so good. It normally is, isn't it? It's normally very good. What up, Lupo? How are you doing? You might want to try that message again. Still pondering how I'd go about adding a gap separation. It'll be an interesting exercise. That's what I'm trying to do. I need it to add that gap. So what I need it to return a calculation of the centered UV along that line. It's because you have a comma. You have exclamation ed comma. Ed comma is not a command. Ed is a command, but ed comma is not a command. Twitch doesn't recognize that as a command. Or at least Twitcher doesn't recognize that as a command. Having veggie ramen instant noodle. Nice. Yum. That sounds delicious. So in here, I'd want to return something like...
OMG, it's a helicopter.
Of course it is. It would need to be rise over run, wouldn't it? You'd want it to go up that way. So you would want to have the y divided by the x. And you would want to check that based on the center UV going out from the angle. Wouldn't you? So something like y over x compared to the A10 something or other.
OMG, what are you doing at KT Marketing?
Unfortunately, posting code in Twitch chat's difficult to read because it's not formatted. But it's just GD. It's just shader stuff. So we have the Vec mouse. Don't need that. Which segment to react to? Center. So why do you have a mouse UV? Because we're not worried about mouse position. Like we don't want to take into account mouse position because the mouse could be in the top left or the bottom right or something, and that would alter this. I'm not highlighting anything. Like we're not highlighting stuff or anything like that. I just want it to segment the circle. I don't want to do any highlighting or coloring. So I think we can forget about anything mouse related. Don't need to worry about the mouse angle. Don't need to worry about inside ring. how many platforms will this game be on? It will start out on Steam, so it'll be like it will start out as desktop support. I do want to have controller support as well, so that it can be on the Steam Deck. And then once I've got the controller support in there, I will also look and see if I can get it onto Xbox and PlayStation. But it all depends on the process for getting things onto Xbox and PlayStation. I know we're going to have a float of UVY divided by UVX. So that's our that's our rise overrun. So it's going to be along there. It'll be a point along that. And we can compare that to we need to compare that to a
cheese
point
flatbread as well.
Along the center. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats on becoming a Gidunt. Let me just say. G'day, you Gidunt. Make sure to tell people that you are in fact a Gidunt. Right? Easiest way to do it is to just run up to them, flailing your hands in the air, screaming, and then when you get to them, just go, I'm a Gidunt, and then walk away calmly. Okay? Note, if you are in America, do not do this because you will probably get injured. Okay? If you're in America, just calmly walk up to them and introduce yourself to them. Where's threshold there?
You will get shot in America.
Get the pole angle. Normalize angle. Threshold is 0.02. Oh, the threshold is the division. Wait, yep. I think I'm going to come out and tell my parents I'm a Gidunt. Kind of nervous. You should be. If your parents are Bedunts, they're gonna act horribly. They will act horribly. I see what you're doing with the threshold, though. So we've already got that. But then you also do something else with the angle. You normalize the angle. By doing a segment angle of 2.0 pi over segments. Yes, that's what, yep. I like that. So what I could do is I could then do angle equals, you go away with your annoying forward slash. Would be mod angle segment angle, because we don't use angle again after this, so I'm not going to create an extra variable. And then it would be return angle less than 0.02 or angle greater than segment angle minus 0.02. Right? Hey! Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, look at that kitty. Oh, nicely done. Nicely done. Hello, Frosty. How are you? Look at that. Look at that. It's segmented. Oh. I feel like making this 4. Remember, to help the process of being stopped by police while driving, quickly take out your wallet out of the back of your pocket and point it at them so they can do a quick job. No, do not listen to McCory. Do not listen to McCory. Finally, my functions get to be smarter. Correct. What is your theme? It seems really cool. It's all custom. All of my theming you see here is custom. For Godot, you go into editor, you go into editor settings, and you go to theme, and then you change the base color and the accent color as well as the contrast. That's how you get this theme in Godot. Over in NeoVim, this is just lazy Vim with a GD script, debug adapter, and LSP configuration. But it took the Tokyo Night theme, and I just modified the background colors to give me these purple background colors and highlight color. This here, Obsidian, that is more custom theming that I've done here. And this gives me all of this green and font and borders and whatnot. And then for Waybar, this Waybar here, that's even more custom styling for Waybar styles. So it's like all this stuff. Well, actually, this is Waybar, so this is the stuff up here. This is the custom styling for Waybar up here. For what was it?
Yes.
Wofi. I've got this style here for Wofi, and that's this. This is Wofi here. So it's just a whole bunch of custom styling. Never seen GDScript LSP in NeoVim. Where'd you get the plugin for it? It's not a plugin. I've created it. If we go to here. So I've got this LSP here. And this LSP, it sets up a server.pipe file, which is this. And that server.pipe file is where, if we go into editor settings, go down to, go under network, and you've got this language server. That LSP just hooks into this language server on the port, and like NeoVim then sends stuff to that and receives stuff from that. When I start up NeoVim, we've got this, where is it? Text editor external. I tell it to use NeoVim as my external text editor, and I say the server is this path with the server.pipe file. That's what we set up. That's what we set up here, the server.pipe file. So GD, like Godot, will send details, do a remote send of everything we do to NeoVim, and also receive it from NeoVim as well. So if I open up a file, if I go into characters and I double click on this one, then it opens that file up in NeoVim. Yeah. So much rising. So much rising. And then there's also this key map here that I set up, which allows me to toggle Godot breakpoints and add breakpoints. So if I open this up here, I can do space DB and it toggles that, as well as toggles it off. Yeah. I can do space D, G, and then I can do B. And then that inserts a breakpoint that Godot will come across when it's executing, and it'll halt here. And then I can do D instead of B, and it deletes the breakpoint. All of this is stuff that I've taken offline. There's a bunch of tutorials out there. If you Google NeoVim GD script DAP or NeoVim GD script LSP, you'll find all the stuff that I use to do this DAP stuff. There's also this. This is the DAP. All the DAP does is it says the type is server, the host is localhost, and the port is this. And then when NeoVim starts up, it checks for Godot and it connects to the DAP. Because Godot runs its own debug adapter on port 6006. Yeah. And why post my configs so that people can download and use them? I would be depriving people of the joy of using or learning how to do it themselves. You know? I don't want to deprive people of that.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Why did ricing become the term? I have no idea. Let's Google that, actually. Let's Google that right now. Why is it called ricing in Linux? It's probably to do something with rizzing, probably. The original etymology is rice rocket, a pejorative term for fast cars or motorcycles of Asian, especially Japanese origin, rice being a staple food in such countries. Ricing then became applied to car mods. In the IT world, it was then borrowed to describe desktop modding and customization because many in the community have anime-inspired wallpapers. There you go. You're gonna make me say it, aren't you?
Is lying.
Everyone, YouTube has asked what operating system I'm using. All right, I'm not offering this information without being prompted. Okay, I am running Arch over on YouTube. Okay. I am not one of those Arch users that goes around saying that I'm using Arch, by the way, okay? I'm not.
Arch,
it's not me. I only do it when I'm prompted, okay? I only tell people when they ask me. I don't just go out and give the information. Less distraction from deving. I mean, I've got to keep chat entertained.
We always knew you were one of those Arch users.
If you mean Arch as in amazing because I know what I'm doing so well, then yes, I agree. I 100% agree.
Arch femboy, J.
Your faces. That's what I don't want now. Segments is greater than 1, and that. There we are. Beautiful. Thank you very much for the follow. Congrats. You have elevated yourself to the amazing status of Gedunt. It stands for good C word that we use in Australia to refer to both friends and people we dislike. Which is why we say Gedunt, because it's a good. Yeah? That way you know you're talking about a friend. Yeah. Oh no. The good has nothing to do with Godot. Got nothing to do with Godot. It's just purely similar to how in Australia we say g'day for good day. G'day, Gedunt. Yeah. G'day, you Gedunt.
All Gedunts must have their head shaven and be bald.
See? G'day, yeah. Gedunt. And I know it's backwards for you. That's because I'm in Australia, so everything's backwards for people that aren't in my immediate vicinity. But yeah. So now that we've got that done,
I've told you this before. It says Yad I Tanud, not G'day Ya Gedunt.
I've told you, it appears backwards for everyone else because they're not standing next to me. No worries, Frosty. Have a good one. Actually reminds me, there's a bunch of sales on Amazon at the moment, aren't there? Bunch of sales. G'day, Gedunt. Good night, Gedunt. Hypno, I messed up the assignment. Arcade roguelike? My brain has turned it into a mascot horror game. So is Tredog optimized well for Yes. Yes, it is. Well, I mean, it's just an exe that you need to download. Like, it runs as well on Linux as it does on Windows or Mac because you don't need to install anything. You're literally just downloading a binary that's like 120 megabytes and using that. So, yeah. I'm always amazed at like the file size for Godot. How have they made Godot in 120 megabytes? Redonkulous. So tell me about this mascot horror game that you're now working on, Makori. Also, everyone, if you could, and if you haven't already, if you could give me a sub over on the YouTube side as well, that way you can see shorts and whatnot. I don't know where to point for the YouTube side of things. That'd be great. When we get to 500, it'll just be. There you go. You can go to Linktree and find it. But yeah, you give me a sub over there too. I get closer to being monetized on the YouTube side of things as well. And I'm going to start putting out long-form YouTube videos as well at some point in the next month. I'm going to start uploading some. So, yeah. Need to redraw my FNAF designs. Ooh, FNAF designs. Should write subscribe on your head so you can point to your head. No, it'll all appear behind me. Tell you what, I'll do this. There we are. Subscribe. Does that work for you? So what we need to do now we've got that done, I need to update a lot of stuff now. A lot of stuff. Because we've got this stuff here. This needs to be interact. Needs to be take item. I don't want this to be able to be dropped. Imagine if you had a Twitch app thingy that linked to your YouTube when someone clicked on your forehead. I mean, I could create an extension when someone clicked on the text on the forehead. It took them to YouTube. I think Twitch might have an issue with that, though, redirecting someone to a different platform. So it's probably not smart to make a Twitch extension that does that. When is the next unlimited subathon? I really enjoyed the last one. Never. Never. Never doing an unlimited subathon again. Oh, the last one almost wiped me. It was difficult. It was difficult. Have the link to a video on Twitch explaining how to subscribe on YouTube. No. How long was the subathon? It went for 8 days and 8 hours. And it only stopped because I begged chat to let it stop. It would still be going right now. Like, we'd be on, like, day 13 of the subathon right now. If I just... Actually, no, we'd be on day 14 of the subathon right now. If I just let it keep going. I'm doing good, Escamina. How are you? And because you removed the time added by like 90%. I did decrease the time because I was like, I just want this to end. So instead of people threatening to add like 30 days, I'll be like, now if you try to add 30 days, I'm going to get so much money that I won't care. I couldn't do that. It was difficult. It was difficult. Like, the only reason why I wanted it to end on the day that it ended was because I was woken up 2 hours earlier than I should have been awake with a stomach ache. So That's what happened. So I was like, it has to stop. We need this to stop. Needs to stop. Owner is regular bubble. Needs to call. Primary interaction. Focus on chat. So the limit is 7 days, is what I'm hearing. No. Technically 8 days, because we had gone through 8 days and we were in the 8th hour of the 9th day. Doing great. Want to give a try to Arch and Hyperland. Not sure where to start though. Probably going to look for an online tute. With Arch Linux, they have a script when you boot into it called Arch install. If you run that, it'll take you through a guided install process of Arch. That will be where you should start first. From there, you'll be able to choose Wayland and Hyperland and stuff like that when you're doing the install of Arch. I just came by your channel from a random short, by the way. Nice. Nice. I hope you've now watched all of the shorts, including the terrible ones, which is like 90% of them. Oh, that's another thing. If someone here is looking for stuff and does video editing, if you would like to join me in creating a clips channel on YouTube, like a Hypnotic Games clips channel, or Hypnotic Clips, something like that, where both myself and you are managing the channel together. If you want to create clips and shorts and stuff and throw them up on there, and when it becomes monetized, you get 60%, I get 40% of revenue, I'm happy with that. Let me know. Because I feel that would give you like more incentive to do it if you were getting 60% of the revenue rather than just me taking all of it, or rather than you getting 50% or something. Biz doing a jam at the moment. That's fair. But yeah, I'm looking for someone to partner with to do that, just because it does take like 2 hours out of my day to deal with clips and shorts and stuff like that. So if I can get that time back to focus on like long form YouTube videos, that would be spectacular. Primary. So you know. Let's go like take item now. I think I do need priority. To be honest, whoever thought of making a day 24 hours, damn you. They could have made one day 48 with just a really long nap in the middle. Good evening, my name is H-Hives and I use Arch. No, you don't. I'm just wondering. I think Interact Data. I think I do need to add a priority onto this. The reason why is because if you're holding a box, the priority of the boxes, or if you're holding a bobble, that's so what it would be. You've got 2 interactions for this. So this is for the bobblehead. So you've got a secondary interaction where you can bobble it. I think I might move this to something else. So like I might move it to a left menu sort of thing, where we do like we have like an action called bobble, and we have this called bobble. But I don't want to call this bobble, I want to call this... What would I bind it to? I could bind it to C. So this one would just, I think this one would just be interact. But I would change that from like left click to E or something. Bind it to L just to mess with the players. I could bind it to B, but I think if we go interact, then I can set this as a priority of like 9 sort of thing. So it's low on the priority. If I come across something that has a priority 1, it's like, all right, that takes precedence. This is the most minor thing. We add a callable to bobble. It displays in the left menu. The text is bobble. This would be still use was. So I'm on that touch grind. What is wrong with you? TACH. Ugh. You must have some weird... Nope. Nope. Not paying attention to that. I'm dead. I died of laughter. Of course you did. Of course you did. I use comma AOE. That's it. Like that's okay. That's okay because you use 2 hands for that. I can close that now. I don't need that open anymore. So this can be... Like, I could just do, like... left mouse. I see it's a new mix of music today. It is. we are using this.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. We're using this. So we're using Stream Tunes. You just play it through Spotify. And yeah, they've got a bunch of different playlists. We're listening to the lo-fi one at the moment. They do have another one which I use, which is Chiptune, which is this. This is the Chiptune. Takes a bit to get into it, but interesting. They've got for Halloween as well, so we'll be able to have that. G'day, Bucky, you done? Howdy to you. I need to name this, like, Radial 1. Sort of thing. Radial 0. So what this will do is it'll take the item. No. No, it won't. No, it won't. We won't have anything. It'll like this will just have Bobble. And it'll be interact. I don't know if that's the right word. So we need to think about these interactions. Go back over here. Interactions. Take item. Takes item from shelf, stand, or ground. Place item. Places item on shelf or stand. What up, Mike? How are you? Shelf, stand, or drops if it's a box. And then what do we need to do? Bobble. Bobble's the head of a held bobblehead, of the held bobblehead. Places item on shelf, including from box, or held or from box. Stand, held only, or drops, box only. Bobble. Bobble's the head of the held bobblehead. I found a laptop with an i7 7th gen CPU in it and a 2TB solid state drive in my recycling box at work. I'm guessing they recycled it because it had a swollen battery. Should have just replaced the battery, in my opinion. You should take it. I mean, maybe don't. what you would need to do, Mike, is you would need to go up to someone in IT, depending on the company. You need to go up to someone in IT, probably the service desk, and be like, this was thrown out because of the battery in it. Can I have this? Like, can I just throw out the battery and keep this? Because they'll need to make sure that the drive is wiped, like properly zeroed out, like properly randomized, zeroed out, wiped, sort of thing. They should have already done that if they're throwing it out. We're an independent repair store. I've already wiped the drive and everything. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, in that case, make sure you check with your boss that they're happy for you to just take something. Unless you are the boss. If you are the boss, then yeah, do whatever you want. Like, I'm not going to stop you. A very spicy pillow. Very spicy. Is that obsidian on the left? It is. It is obsidian. Oops. Don't know what button I pressed there. As you can tell, I have styled obsidian. Just slightly. Just a little bit. I can't have everything else match my theme and then not have obsidian match my theme. That's crazy talk. Insanity. Take item, place item, bobble. I guess take item. That could be interact. If we do primary interact, takes item from shelf, stand, or ground. Triggers register. Adds, removes money from customers change.
I used to work at a calendar factory, but I suppose you lot already know how that turned out.
Yep. You got fired because you sucked.
I was gonna ask if you see purple and green when you close your eyes since you stare at it all day, but then I remembered.
I see nothing. Laptop batteries swell up in funniest ways. They swell up and push the keyboard and everything. Yeah. And they've got to make space. The thing that's got the most bend in it's gonna give. What up, Symbol? G'day, you gidunts. After a small break, I've decided to honor a proper thing for the graphics system. Ooh, what's the proper thing, Sizzler? What be the proper thingy? Upside down. Bubble. takes money card from customer. Interacts with customer. P1. It's a priority 1. Triggers register. That'll be the P2.
How long would it take to get 500k channel points?
What you get 10 points every 60 seconds, is it? And then you get a bonus 50 points every 5 minutes. Or every 10 minutes you get a bonus 50 points. So that's 60 by 50, or 60 and 54, 540. You're going to about, I think it's 600 points an hour if you're not subbed. If you've got a tier 1 sub, then you get like 1.2 times that. Which would be, what is that? 630? No. 680? Hang on. 725. 720, yeah. So you got 720 points that you would get if you're a tier 1 subbed. And then you do the math. And that's for an hour. I think. Roughly. Twitch channel points calculator. Hour and 52 minutes. And 32 seconds. Okay. So tier 1. Tier 1 is getting 384 channel points an hour. Apparently, according to this. Quick to claim points of 15 minutes. So you get the bonus quick to claim points every 15 minutes. And the points multiplier is by 48. So that sounds wrong.
This is some hard math, lol.
That's some stupid stuff. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's a long time. If you lurk constantly, you'll probably get enough points in like 6 or 7 months. Yeah. But that's if you lurk every stream. Oh. Oh, that's a good stretch. Oh my god, that was a good stretch.
If I switch tabs, do I get points?
Potentially. You have to be active in the channel. Like, you can't just... And I think you can only... I think if you have it minimized, you don't get the points. If you've got like 4 or 5 Twitch streams up, then you only count towards 2 or 3 of those streams. It's that sort of thing. Yeah. P2. Actually, that'll be
If
a
I'm
P.
lurking, that is, I switch tabs and mute the channel.
P2, P2, P1. Actually, they can both be P1 because you can't be looking at the cash register and taking money out. The same, like all of those would just be P1 sort of thing. So I don't think I need the priority system, actually. I think it's just a matter of what you're looking at. Actually, no, because I'm going to need to do like an area thing. So you will be P1. You will be P2. You will be P1. Because if you're looking at the register and the money, but you're like, so if you're looking at the register and the money, it's going to give you just
Tick,
the register.
I don't mean to badger
or
you,
just the money.
but it is getting to that point where I have to ask about the video progress.
It's kind of had to reset a little bit just because of the DaVinci Resolve issues. I couldn't continue the editing that we had already done in DaVinci Resolve. So now I've got to redo a bunch of the editing, but in Blender. So I need to figure out how to do things in Blender now for the video editing. So yeah. All because DaVinci didn't want to fucking work on this setup.
3D Sokoban, how would the camera be positioned?
3D Sokoban. It'd be 2.5D if anything, I'd imagine. So you'd have it 3D, but probably what you'd want to do, you'd probably be going for like a you'd be going for this sort of position of the camera. To get this type of camera position, you want to have it as a perspective camera, and you want to have it offset on the X, and the offset on the X, offset on the Z or the Y, depending on which engine you're in, so that it's up in the air, but it's off to the side. And then you want to rotate it, I think, 45 degrees on the X and 30 degrees on the Y. So it gives an orthogonal feel to the perspective camera. That would be what you'd go for a 3D Sokoban camera, I reckon. That would be the best positioning, would be this type of stuff. You know?
How about the perspective of a Monster's Journey?
I'm assuming that's a game. A Monster's Expedition. That I was talking about. This thing. So this here So this to me looks like it's an orthogonal camera. Maybe not. Yeah, it's orthographic. And what orthographic does is essentially makes a 2D, like a 3D, look like a 2D. It flattens it out. I mean, you can do this. All you would need to do is you need to have like the standard bird's eye. Yeah, it's a cheated 3D game to make it look 2D-ish. So yeah, you'd have a standard bird's eye camera that's like looking a bit in front of the player and like angled down towards them. Standard bird's eye, like eagle eye kind of angle. You set it up in the air, angle it down until it's looking a little bit in front of, a little bit above the player, sort of thing. The models are stretched. Yeah. Yeah. You have to, if you do something like that, you need to make sure things are modeled and styled correctly so they look proper in that position. If you don't, then you'll have things look condensed. And you'll also have issues where if it's not done correctly, if it's done incorrectly, you'll have things at the top and the bottom of the camera like stretch and condense because of the perspective. That's if you leave it in perspective mode. If you switch it to orthogonal, that should get rid of that. The issue with this one, though, if two boxes are lined up on the Z-axis. So that wouldn't matter. Because the camera's going to be up and angled down. So if it's if they're aligned on the Z-axis, it's going to look like that. Because the camera's looking at it from that angle. The camera's not looking at it on like a flat parallel. Just to let you know, I did answer your question you asked me, but like most things, it got drowned out by the TTS and derailed. This is what being asked something, then getting my response lost by another thing. Gonna have a section of RAM dedicated to a character set with 7 bits. The graphics system can reference 64 different characters from memory. So it's going to be monochrome, and 8-bit will be used for inverting the color. And bit 8 will be used for inverting the color. Right, so 7 bits for the graphics system. The 8th bit will just like invert colors. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And this is all for the Minecraft computer thing that you're doing, right? Places item on shelf. Held or from box. Stand, held, or drops. It's P1. That can actually be P0. Actually, no, that can be P1. P0. Opens box. P1. close box. No, P2. Close box.
If I were to use a perspective camera and want to move around with WASD, wouldn't it be kinda weird?
Somehow I'm staying sort of dedicated to this. You've surprised yourself with your dedication to your project. If I use perspective camera and want to move around with WASD, wouldn't it be kind of weird? No? As long as the camera's not rotating, it'd be fine. W would be up the screen. S would be down the screen. A would be left of screen. D would be right of screen. Yeah, as long as you're not rotating the camera when the player turns, it'll be fine. So that the models, when viewed from the camera, look normal. The models need to be stretched vertically and slanted backwards. I'm trying to find the example I've seen before. Slanted backwards. Surely they'd need to be... yeah, because if they're like... They'd have to be stretched up and then slanted backwards, so when you're looking down, it looks like it's proper. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Kind of isometric. That'll be P1. So this will just be interact. Radial left. Let's see. Tablets bottom P0. Opens the player's tablet for ordering stock, checking reviews, etc. What else would there be?
I want a proper 3D. 2.5D is still 2D, right?
No. I mean, it depends. Like, it really depends. Like, 2.5D is just perspective, pretty much. Like, you can have 3D that looks 2.5D. You can have 2D that looks 2.5D. It's just a perspective. So if we have a look here, 2.5D perspective refers to gameplay or movement in a video game or virtual reality, blah, 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 that is restricted to a two-dimensional plane with little to no access to a third dimension in a space. So what you're doing in 2.5D, you can have some access to the third dimension. So you can add like a jump to it. So you're essentially making a 3D game, but you're making it 2.5D and the character can jump. But you wouldn't have the character climbing up stuff or anything like that. They would stay at ground level for pretty much all of their movement, apart from jumping, for example. And then you would do things like if you want them to climb a ladder and go up, you would have that ladder as just like a flat bit of ground, and you would put them into like a climbing animation that makes it look like they're climbing a ladder up, but they're actually just traveling along the ground. It's all that kind of stuff. But yeah, in most cases, 2.5D is 2D with a perspective, kind of faking a 3D feel. Bobble's the head of the Bobble. Toggle lights.
2.5D seems complicated.
Flip open close sign. No more complicated than... It's no more complicated than making a 2D game or a 3D game.
The
It's
question now
just...
stands, do I be smart and procedurally generate the interpreter's instruction list off a CSV or just wing it and hardcode the internal list?
hard code. Why not? Yeah, 2.5D is no more complicated than 2D or 3D. It's just a different way of implementing things. So like if your first game is 2.5D, it's going to be just as difficult to do that as it would be to do 3D or 2D, because it's the first time you're doing it. But you're not sure how to approach it. You've got to learn how to approach it. So it shouldn't be any more difficult for you. 2 is the right amount of D. 3 is the most D that anyone should experience. 4D is horrible. When you introduce that 4th D, everything goes to hell. You've got people aging.
CSL doesn't game, ha ha ha.
You know, already hard-coded the list on the other CPU. Then just keep going with it. Just keep going with it. Keep hard-coding away. What's the problem with hard-coding things? Absolutely nothing. That image is glorious, though. Let me... Beautiful. Beautiful. Just, I love it. Love it. So good.
Have you heard of a game called Mayagakure?
I have not. I'm assuming it's pronounced Mayagakure, because that's how TTS said it. I would have said Migakure. Migakure or something. Independent development puzzle platform video game set in a world with 4 spatial dimensions. Because rendering true 4-dimensional space to a screen is impossible, the game renders 2-dimensional images of 3-dimensional slices of its world. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a Japanese name.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me. I haven't even opened Steam today. I'm probably just going to do it based on a CSV. Oh. Jeez. You ask for our opinion. We give you our opinion. And then you don't even take it. Yes, the opinion was bad, but that's besides the point.
Surprised you haven't heard of it. It's been in development for 15 years.
This thing. 4D Miner. There's a demo for it that you can get. But 4D Miner is Minecraft, but 4 dimensions. It looks trippy because they're currently rotating in the 4th dimension. So you start out here, it all looks normal and whatnot. And then you rotate. You rotate your 3D world in the 4th dimension. And it changes the world. The problem with this is trying to build a base that is secure is a nightmare because you build it in one 3D space and it seems like nothing can get in. But then you build the base, like you rotate.
Similar tech used in Mayagakure.
Yeah, similar. Yeah, it's like this. But then you rotate your 3D world and all of a sudden there's a giant hole in your base that a 4-dimensional creature can get through. It's insane. So yeah, it does look cool. I want the full release of this game. There's only a demo of it at the moment. But like the fact that you're just like, oh, we've got a cave here. I'm just going to rotate in the 4th dimension until I can walk all the way through to the other side. So yeah, you've got a base here that looks completely secure and safe. And then you rotate it, and it's like, oh, I've got a giant hole here. And the creatures are amazing too. Because you never see creatures in their full... Like, you only see a 3D slice of the 4-dimensional creature. So you never fully see what the creatures look like. Because you can't. You only see a slice of them. So yeah. I think that is a really cool game. It's so interestingly, lovingly cursed looking. Yes. Yes, it is. I think we'd do P0.
All right, I hop off.
Okay. Have a good one, Lupo. Looking at price tag. Good night, I love you. Looking at... takes item from ground box. Looking at item. Registers trigger. Oh, triggers register. Looking at register. Looking at money in register. Looking at money card in NPC and looking at NPC in interact state. Places item on shelf. Looking at...
I'm so glad I have AC. It's 108F, 42C outside and it is unbearable.
Yeah, that does sound unbearable. Places item on stand. Looking at stand. So what I'm doing now, for everyone that doesn't know, I'm just kind of organizing my different interactions and what the priority of them are, so that if the player is looking at a price tag, and they are also holding a box, or if they're looking at a price tag as well as a shelf, if they're looking at both of them, set price is the one that appears for primary interact. Because it has a higher priority. It's a priority 0, highest priority. And then take item from shelf. If you're looking at a shelf, then that takes priority. Triggers register, looking at register. This one can probably be a P1. No, that can stay a P2. Because, actually, no, that can be a P1. You can be a P0. So if you're looking at the register, you can be a P1. You can be a P0. I think all of these can be P0s pretty much. So, yeah, you're looking at the register, then this interaction appears. If you're looking at the register and you're looking at the money in the register, then this one appears because it's a higher priority. Yeah. It's just a way to keep it all working. If it runs Cyberpunk, it runs Minecraft. Lies. Lies. It depends on which Minecraft you're talking about. Are you talking about Java Edition or... There we go. Minecraft Linux. Minecraft can be installed on Linux systems if you download it from the official Minecraft website. But it's only that version. Find out the differences, features, limitations. Here we go. So far, only Minecraft Java Edition runs natively on Linux. Users can, however, install and play Bedrock and Pi editions through sandbox environments, though they are unofficial and have limitations. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot. Did you read the mascot horror idea? Have a look here. 24 hours a day. The essential thought I came up with is the main premise that the main character wakes up randomly in this arcade. They don't know how they got there, but there's a main antagonist, the host, which will look like a semi-decayed puppet inside one of those puppet show boxes and guides the player. To get out, they need to complete each arcade game and complete each wing section of the arcade to find all the special pieces they need to give the host to get the key to open the main doors and escape. It sounds like what you could do is you could implement some things from Poppy's. It was Poppy's Playtime, something like that. Yeah, Poppy Playtime. So you do Poppy Playtime, color game. not that. There's one game in this. There's one game in this, color. There's a game in this, not this one. But like you've got all these different things around you that you have to hit. And it's like, yeah, bunnies coming down towards you, that sort of thing. It sounds like you could implement that type of stuff. Yeah. Also, Hypno, I gotta ask real quick. Is shaving a Linux OS a must if you have a cloud engineer role? Shaving. I shave my Linux distros very often. Is having... right. That's very funny. I could also make it modern and have some AR games. Yeah, definitely. Let me go shave my Linux distro real quick. Hey. If your Linux distro is anything like me, do not shave it. Let it grow. But no. Having a Linux distro is not required if you want to be a cloud engineer. All the cloud engineer stuff that you do. Whoopsies. Oopsie doopsie. All the cloud engineering stuff that you do is going to be, it's going to be inside some sort of terminal or console environment or something for AWS or GCP or Azure, stuff like that. So you don't need Linux yourself. You will need to understand certain Linux things so that if you're setting up a Linux server or if you're configuring a Docker instance that's running a Linux image, then you'll need to understand some basic Linux commands in order to like have the Docker file run those Linux commands in order to change directories and move things and all that kind of stuff. Do you have to use a local dev environment? Or Gitpod is good enough? I don't know what Gitpod is, to be honest. I do not know what Gitpod is. Man's planning before coding. What mystical practice is this? It's the mystical practice of this is the third time I'm redoing my interaction system, so I want to do it right this time. That's what the mystical practice is. I'm not going to redo this interaction system a fourth time in a month. With cloud engineering, like with DevOpsy stuff, that when it comes to the cloud, a lot of the time what they'll do is they'll have a workspace configured inside Azure or AWS or something, which you connect to. And that workspace will be configured with all the tools and such that you need to do your job. That's what the DevOps team at my last job was using. They had a workspace that they would log into. It would start up an instance, which would have all of the applications and tools and such they needed ready to go for them. And the reason they do that is so that people can't use their machine and install something weird on their machine and all of a sudden there's a security issue. It like mitigates that type of stuff. Third time's the charm, as I say. Sixth sticks, though. That's a difficult thing to say. Sixth sticks. Yeah. My mouth feels dirty after saying that. Say that 5 times fast. No. How about no? Holding bobblehead. Toggle lights. Looking at light switch. And the reason why I'm documenting this stuff here, like where the interaction comes from, is because I can easily see if there's a conflict. I can go, all right, looking at price tag and looking at shelf. I know those two things can conflict. So I need to make sure that there's a priority difference in those two. Thank you, back to lurking and learning how to make pad siu. Ooh, interesting. Doing some Thai. Nummy. Man, now I want Thai food. You bastard. Now I want Thai. Have a good one, Intrex. Thanks for the lurk. You should add an NPC that just tries to steal a bubble. No. No. Maybe in a future release. Like, maybe after the initial release, I might get around to adding that kind of stuff. But it's not a priority. It's not something for the demo or the full release. Stir fry is flippin' goated. You know what else is goated? Just a pasta bake. Or a shepherd's pie. You make it once, and then you've got food for like the next 4 days. Yeah. Damn it, now I want shepherd's pie. Not just normal shepherd's pie though, Sizzler. The mashed potato you'd put on top needs to be a combination about 30% regular potato and 70% sweet potato. And the reason why you have the 30% regular potato is because the starchiness of that regular potato helps the mashed potato kind of harden when it's baking. Yeah. Otherwise, you get a runny mashed potato on top, like a soft mashed potato on top, and it's not as good. Not as good. Had me at pasta, lost me at bake. Well, that's your loss. Looking at sign. Not holding anything. I've been craving pie for like 3 years now. Don't have access to it, nor am I allowed to make it. What do you mean you're not allowed to make it? Do you live in a country where apple pie is illegal? Main menu, bottom, P0. Yeah, how do you not have access to apple pie? Go to the supermarket and buy it. There's a dish that's sort of tied in with the religion, but it's popular here. It's effectively a cheese potato casserole. Isn't that just like a potato bake? Like this thing. Australian cheesy potato bake. No, it's just this, isn't it? Yes, but it's larger. Interesting. Men aren't allowed in the kitchen. Mother gets angry at me if I try to make something. Cultural stuff. Also, there isn't apple pies in supermarkets. What? You need to look at the Stargazer pie. It's cursed. It's probably the same thing, but with smaller chunked potatoes. So instead of being like shallot type stuff, it's more this. It's diced potato instead of sliced. Diced, not sliced. Yeah, same thing. I'm making this. I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna order a bunch of potatoes and I'm fucking making this. It's so nice. Alright. Stargazer pie. Stargazy pie? Now, these are just decoration, aren't they? They don't actually go into the pie. They're just stuck there for decoration. It's a legit English pub pie. I know. Yeah. I've seen it before. I've seen it before. But yeah, it's like these don't actually go into the pie. They're just like stuck on top for decoration. That is not a pie.
It's a monstrosity.
That is an Eldritch Beast. It is a monstrosity. I have no idea. They do make it regularly though. Yeah, so if you have a look here, so here's the cut. So you do have fish in there, but this head is separate to the rest of it. Because you're not going to have scales throughout the pie. You're just not. Like, that's not happening. It's basically just a fish pie. Like, fish, egg, some veggies and mince. Like, some ham by the looks of it. That's all. I imagine it tastes good. Get the damn fish out of my pie. Actually so true. Shit makes me shiver from how disgusting it is, respectfully. You're probably just not a fish person, that's all. One of my favorite potato dishes is scalloped potatoes. Scalloped potatoes are good. Yeah, I think that's the other... Like, it's the same thing as what we were looking at before. Yeah, it's the cheesy potato bake stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I think sometime this week I'm going to have to buy some potatoes, some cheese, some bacon and whatnot. And I'm going to have to make this. Gonna have to make it. I ate fish. Flipping head is just something else. Oh no, you don't eat the head. Like with that pie, you don't eat the head. You just take it off the pie and you're fine. Like, that looks so good. Yeah. Yeah. Potato bake is... Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what I could go? I think I'm gonna have to buy like a barbecue chicken, some coleslaw, and some like plain bread rolls. And that is an amazing, like, that's just delicious. That's what that is. But still shit is a turnoff. That's true. It is. Fish cheeks are a delicacy. Which cheeks are you talking about? God damn it, gamer. And which fish are you talking about? Toggles pause the main menu.
And there was much rejoicing.
Displayed in tablet. Yay! Ads are done. What else would we need? This would be... No, it wouldn't be interact. I think we can go like special. We can do L P0 move furniture. Looking at placed furniture. Then the other thing we need, this interact here, need to be P2, unpack furniture from box. Looking at furniture delivery, not holding. RP1 unpacks furniture from box, held only. Held furniture box only. Actually, this can be... Actually, this. Basically a secondary for this. Unpacks furniture from box. Holding furniture box only. Holding item delivery box. Tick beat me to that joke, but yes, indeed, witch cheeks. It's a real thing. It's weird but true. I think it's from certain type of fish, though. Like, you're not gonna do it off like a whitehead or something, where it's like tiny and you can't. Like, there's nothing on there. Back to lurking. Have a good work, Intrex. Also, sorry if it annoys you that I came back and go a lot. No, it doesn't bother me. No, come and go as you please. You've got things to do. Like,
As an Arch user that use Arch, I think you are doing an excellent job.
You're a witch. You don't use any computers. Why do we even have you in HR? Like, come and go as much as you like. Even better if it annoys Tick. Nah, doesn't annoy me. I'm fine with people to come and go as they please, because I mean, if you need to take your dog for a walk, take your dog for a walk. If you need to have some food, have some food. If you need to do some washing, do some washing. If you need to go to the store, go to the store. Like, don't base your entire life around my stream or anyone's stream. Alright? Watching streamers is secondary to everything else you need to do. Alright? We're here for entertainment. We're not a priority. We are not the priority in your life, okay? It's that simple. What other interactions do we need? Oh, that's what we need. Needs bobble collection. Left, no, bottom. P0.
Well, as someone that uses Arch, I think you are right.
See, the thing is, you don't use Arch. You use arcs. Okay, you use arches. Those are different. Got nothing to do with technology. It's just like, you know, you use that stuff in your magic. Very different from Arc. Toggles. List of collected baubles. And then the other thing we need. Last time I checked, to use something was spelt use, not announce it to everyone you ever met from now on. That's true. Very, very true. Very, very true. But it does depend on how you spell it, McCory. Does depend on how you spell it.
I want to be that semantic person and point out that physical arches are still a form of technology.
Well, no, they're made using a form of technology, but they themselves are the result of technology. They are not technology themselves. You want to get semantic. You want to get technical. Jeez. So then why is a computer a piece of technology, but not just made using technology? Because the computer is used to produce other things. If you have a doorway that's an arch, the arch is not being used to produce other things. It's just being used. Yeah. It's like a screwdriver. A screwdriver is a piece of technology because you use that to, like, create other things. Technology necessarily needs to be used to create other things for it to be technology. I mean, yeah.
Reckon for the rest of the stream, I might just dedicate all my messages to make fun of people who say they use Arch for no reason.
Rest of the stream, I might just dedicate all my messages to make fun of people who say they use Arch for no reason. Like you. Like you. That's you. You gotta make fun of yourself now. I only do it when I'm prompted. When someone asks me what I use. I don't go out and just tell people. Alright? And I have it listed below, specifically so that I don't have to go out and tell people. It's down there so that people don't need to ask at all.
What about making fun of people who use TTS for no reason?
I mean, that sounds like a plan. Get on it, make fun of H-Hives. You know what, Tick? I agree about that definition of technology. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much. Because, I mean, if I have Like, if you don't have that definition of technology, then everything is technology. You know? A trading card is a piece of technology. A desk mat is a piece of technology. A piece of paper is a piece of tech. Like, it's... This is a piece of technology. A key ring. If you don't have that definition, then everything is technology. But not everything is technology. Yeah. Since you have 10 years of wiseness on me, why do people in their 20s feel like time is running out to do stuff? Why do people in their 20s feel like time is running out to do stuff? I never had that, to be honest. I never had that. To be honest, it took me like 15 years to actually click that I'm an adult. You know, it took me 15 years to go, oh shit, I'm no longer 19 or 20. Like, I'm 30 now. I should... Huh. Like, it just... I never thought about it. So I never thought, oh, I've got like time... Like, time's catching up sort of thing. I never had that thought. So it could be that people in their 20s feel like time's running out because they see the older generations and they're like, okay, and like they've got all the social media out there and stuff. So they're more aware that things are changing and whatnot. So they feel like they've got to rush more because they can see how fast things are progressing easier. Whereas when I was in my 20s, that was kind of there, but not to the same degree. Not so much that it's something you're focused on. Like, in your 20s, you weren't like, oh, I'm in my late 20s. I should do stuff. No, you were just like, yeah, I'm in my 20s. Whatever. I got time to burn. So, it's just a change that's happened with the advance, like with the rise of social media and stuff like that. Can pens be considered as technology? Yes. Yes, they can. Pens and pencils, yes, because you use them to draw things, to diagram things, to write things, all that kind of stuff. Without them, you can't, like, without them, your ability to plan and design is limited. Would the cowboy hat also be a piece of technology? No. No. Cowboy hat's not a piece of technology. It's just used, like, it's just used. It's not, it doesn't get used to create things. What about a bucket? Yep, that'd be technology. Can you bring it out to prove it? Are you talking about that? I like how it looks like the hat's just floating there. Ooh. Howdy. Ooh. A floating hat. Oh my god. How scary. Also got the floating top hat. Yeah. This is the gentleman ghost. Yeah. And he doesn't wear it often enough. Actually, that reminds me, I need to start planning my Halloween outfit. I'm looking for Halloween to be Haunter. So I want to be Haunter for Halloween. And I feel like the only appropriate way for me to be Haunter on Halloween is to also play Pal World. That'd be funny AF. Haunter costume. Do I need to pay someone? Better be somewhere I can purchase these. If you don't, no, they don't. I wonder if I can get a Haunter onesie. There's a Gengar. I get a Haunter onesie. There's on top of that. And still just have this. Nintendo Warriors right now. Bring it. Yeah, I need to try and find one. Just paint yourself purple. Easy. I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to figure it out. What other interactions do we need? And how do we need to link them? Because we have primary interact to like set price, put stuff on shelves. Actually, takes item from shelf. Takes item from ground. Box. Takes item from box. Places item on shelf. Places item on stand. Picks up box. Looking at box. On ground. Takes item from box. Takes item box from shelf. No. Places item in box. Looking at open box. I need something for picking up a box. Takes item box from shelf. Looking at shelf. Takes item from box. How do they do it for... How do they do it for TCG? Oh, how do they do it for TCG? Fuck. I've completely forgotten. Why? Would think about the other way around. Help. Shelf gives item, 4 gives item, etc. It's not just that though, Razor. Because the player is able to take items out of the box and hold it. So the player can open a box while it's on the ground. So like opens box, holding, looking at, holding or looking at item delivery box, unpacks furniture, holding or looking at furniture box. So if there's a box that's on the ground that's open, like if the box is open, they should be able to pick up the box or take an item out of the box. So this here is placing items on the shelf and places the item in the box. This here takes items off the shelf or box but there's no way to pick up the box. You know? Open the card album, opens box when holding a box, opens packs when holding a pack, rotates furniture, pick up or hold items, use this function to pick up boxes to stock or throw, and to hold cards or packs to open them. Okay, so what I can do, down here on special, we can go left menu, P0, P1, pick up box from ground. Looking at box on ground. So if we're looking at a box on the ground, we press Q and it picks that box up. Alright. Box gives items. This box gives item. This way the box and 4 can pass on the possible instructions but half dozen of one. But it's not though, Razor, because if I'm looking at a box, alright, if I want to pick that box up, how do I differentiate between picking the box up or taking items from the box? Yeah. My hands are empty. I'm looking at a box that's open. How do I know if the player wants to pick that box up or take items out of the box? And I can't move pick up box up here, because then you have an action that is usually used for placing stuff or assigning stuff. And you're adding in something that is taking. So you're mixing give and take control in the one. If parent floor shelf can pick up, plus add if box open, take item. But that's, again, Razor, if the box is on the floor and it's open, the player may want to take an item out of the box or pick up the box. So that still doesn't solve it. Because if the box's parent is the floor, they can pick up the box, but they can also take items out of the box. So you still don't have a way to differentiate if it's mapped to the same control. Yeah? And I'm not gonna say if the box is open and on the ground, you can only take from it. You need to take item or take box. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is the primary interaction, left mouse is for placing items or adding stuff. So assigning a product to a shelf, assigning a price to a price label, assigning money to the NPC's change, all that kind of stuff. They're all assign interactions. This secondary interaction will be everything that takes. So closes a box, opens a box. So I feel like toggles that stuff. It drops the box if you're holding it. No, that doesn't work either. I can get rid of that, and down here I can go pick up or drop box. Actually, pick up box, working a box on ground. LP0, drop box, holding box. So Q can be used for picking up the box and dropping the box. And those are P0. Alright, so if you're looking at a box on the ground, if you're holding a box, so this will be P1, you'll be P2. Alright. So if you're holding a box and you're looking at a box and behind that box there's furniture, the held box has priority and will drop. If you're not holding a box and you're looking at a box on the ground and there's furniture behind it, then this will, it will pick up the box. Yeah. Pick up, put down alongside with add, remove, so it comes down to pairing up actions. No. This is why I've got the priority system, because the interactions displayed in the menus are going to be combinations from all the things you're looking at. So, or all the things you're looking at and holding. So if you're holding a box, if you're holding a box that has items in it, or if you're holding items in your hand, then secondary interact will go, all right, you're holding items, you're holding items, so actually, do I want you to be P0 and you to be P2, P1, P2. Yeah, this is where it gets confusing. Need to make a small bespoke neural network. Pretty much. It gets a little bit insane at this point. Just a teeny bit insane at this point. So you're holding a box, or you're looking at an item delivery box. Looking at open box. So we're looking at an open box. Then this one takes priority. This takes priority, taking items out of it. If you're holding or looking at a furniture box, then it unpacks the furniture box instead. Okay? Provided your hands are empty and stuff like that. If you are holding or looking at an item delivery box, a closed item delivery box, then this one takes priority. Open box takes priority. Holding or looking at open item delivery box. Special 2 will be pack furniture, moving furniture, moving empty furniture. This is getting, yep. Planning. I've stepped out for a bit. What is the P0 and P1? It's priority. So if you have two of them conflicting, whichever one's a higher priority, that's the one that gets picked. And if I've got two things that are P2, for example, this one here is takes item or box from shelf, looking at shelf. This one is holding or looking at open item delivery box. So there is a conflict here, so I'd have to make that a P3. So that way, if we're holding an open item delivery box and we're looking at a shelf, this one takes priority over this because we take the items from the shelf and pack them into the box that we're holding. Obviously there's going to be checks and stuff as well before signaling which one we want to send, because it does come down to if the box we're holding. So this one won't be told to the interaction manager if certain conditions aren't met. So if the box we're holding has a different item in it, then this won't get told to the interaction manager because you can't mix different items in the same box, sort of thing. So now the label will just be a decal. I'll have some text on it. It's fine. It's like IK for handling options. A little bit. Just a teeny weeny bit. And the R here is for radial. So these appear in the radial menu. These appear in the left menu. And these appear in the bottom menu. So like that's just which menu they're appearing in. And that allows me to go, all right, a radial menu for primary interact that has this, like these options here. Like these priorities, whichever one's got the highest priority, set it up. So yeah, the interaction manager might get told, hey, secondary interaction, like this secondary interaction here, set it up. But then the interaction manager goes, actually, I've got take items from box as a higher priority, so I'm gonna leave that as higher priority until I get told to remove this. When I'm told to remove this, then I'll go, okay, now that you've been removed, I haven't been told to remove this one, so I'll make this the priority. But yeah. Take item from box, opens box. I feel you should be 0 and you should be 1. You're 0 because open box should happen first. When the box is opened, this gets told to be removed. And then this one takes priority. There's so many different options. Like so many different things that need to be taken into account for this. My head is getting a little bit chilly. Box open, close, box open, take item, place furniture, box open, take action, place or drop. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I'm also going to set up left mouse, right trigger, maybe. Right mouse, left trigger. E or controller X E PSX Xbox A I feel like I can move. Toggle lights, flip open, close. Unpack furniture from box. Folding furniture box. What up, Lightspeed? How are you doing? Will the game be chill or will it eventually get hard? So there is going to be a difficulty component to it. Primarily, if you can't afford your bill, like you do go into debt in my game. So the way you go into debt is by paying your bills. You will have rent, you will have electricity, you will have advertisement costs, and potentially employee salaries that you need to pay. I haven't decided if I'm going to add employees or not, because you're already going to have bobbleheads that you can have do like repairs and stuff. So you'll be able to, at the end of the week, you'll have until the end of the following week to pay your bills. If you can't pay your bills by the end of the following week, then you can pay, but you go into debt. And you have to have that debt paid off by the end of the next 7 days. And if you don't, then you get like, it increases by like 10%. And if you don't pay it off by the end of the next week, you lose. And you go back. Or like it keeps going. It keeps going until the amount of stuff you have on the shelves, like the collective amount of stock you have to sell, is not able to, like, is outweighed by that. Or I just set it up so that if you can't pay your bills after 2 weeks, you're bankrupt and you lose the shop and it's game over. Okay. So I'll add something like that. So it's important to balance customer reviews and stuff like that. You want to have good customer reviews, because otherwise people aren't going to come into your store. They're not going to buy things for as much as you want them to. Yep. Neck pain daily fee. When you start to smell a Bandersnatch happening, I might consider refactoring the systems. You can have a mad character that comes ask for the money. No, it'll just be like a notification on your tablet sort of thing that pops up and goes, "Ooh, you've got 7 days to pay this before your shop is foreclosed." Yeah. I reckon that'd be fun. It'll be interesting for sure. ICL feels like a way to try mid-end game stuff early and slip in the early game. Also came in mid-convo, could be misunderstanding. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, no, ICL feels like a way to try mid-game stuff early. What? Chimichangas? I still don't know. What? What? I'm so confused. Oh, I cannot lie. Feels like a way to try mid-end game stuff early and slipping the early game. Also came in mid-convo, so it could be a misunderstanding. Not really. Primarily because you only have a certain amount of money to start with. So you're not able to buy inventory or to expand your shop by going into debt. You can only go into debt for your bills. So yeah, if your store isn't selling enough to be able to cover rent and electricity, and you've got your shop expanded, then you would need to sell a section of your shop to reduce your rent and potentially use that money to cover the bills. Noob questions allowed. Noob questions are welcome. Noob questions are welcome. Those are the questions where I feel smart. It's the questions that require any level of expertise that I'm like, shit, I'm going to be exposed as a fraud. I like this chip tune. Anybody here know Arabic by any chance? I know of Arabic, but I don't know any Arabic, no. I'm not even going to bother reading that Escamina. I feel confident in fundamentals, maybe a bit lacking in applying more advanced concepts, but struggling to approach learning new libraries to try and build new projects. How do you, or would you approach that? Deep dive into docs? For me, yes, I'm used to reading documentation, and that just comes with experience. Just learning to read documentation as you go. If you're looking to jump into a new framework or a new library, the first thing I do, like my first go-to, is straight to the docs. So for example, Raylib. I did some stuff with Raylib previously. So I went to Raylib and I had a look at their examples. They had a bunch of examples here. They've got a cheat sheet here, which says what each function does. And with this information, I was able to go, okay, so if I want to do X, so let's see, so draw a shape. If I want to put a shape on screen, I would use one of these. And it's like, I can work with this. And then it's just, for me, it's just a matter of tinkering from here. I just try different things. I see what errors get thrown and stuff like that. I retry and I go from there. Look at the examples and such. That's how I approach it. And that's how I think everyone should approach it. Because if you approach it that way, you're going to learn a lot more than if you just follow a tutorial. Because what you're doing with this process is you're going through those fail steps that the tutorial creator has gone through, but not showing you. But that's just an example of Raylib. If the product doesn't have good documentation, then you might need to rely on tutorials. So if the documentation is badly written or is lacking, so in my experience, this is a while back, so it may not be the current state of things. The documentation for O3DE was not very comprehensive. There was things missing as I started to do stuff. So it got to a point for me where I was like, all right, the documentation's not really there. So I'll move on to something else. And then if the documentation gets better, I may come back to it for a future project, sort of thing. And that could be more difficult for someone that doesn't know or isn't experienced with it. Because if it's bad documentation like there is for, in my opinion, Unreal Engine's documentation, not good for someone that's new and doesn't understand things. Same with Unity's. The documentation isn't as good as you would want it to be. And it's not even just bad written documentation. It's difficult to navigate documentation. The documentation could be written amazingly, but if you can't find your way around it, then it doesn't matter how well written it is. So, yeah, tinker. Look for documentation. Start with documentation. Learn how to read documentation. And then tinker with things from there. That's how you will get better at stuff, rather than following tutorials. I have an idea to just mess around and use Ollama to allow for custom text generation on a WPM test. For example, never worked directly with live keystrokes, only a bit of API experience. I feel like AI has given me bad habits of making searching for answers easy. Yes, so that's a pitfall that people fall into with AI, is they end up not learning anything because they rely on the AI to tell them how to do it. So you never actually learn how to do anything yourself. It's better if you... It might be good to start with. It might be a good starting point using the AI, but you need to move away from it at some point if you want to get to any level of professional expertise. Unity's documentation is solid, except they have 69,420 versions of their engine with different rendering pipelines and lots of experimental, never finished features. True. True. I think that's also a thing that a lot of people miss, is there are... Like, I'm not against people using AI. If I had a use case for AI, I would use it, but I haven't yet. I haven't had a use case for it. So I just haven't used it yet. For people that are new to technology and such, AI is good because it can easily explain things to them. you just got to make sure you don't fall into the hole of, we have tutorial hell, which is people following tutorials and following tutorials and following tutorials, and they get stuck in tutorial hell and they never progress from tutorial hell. You need to avoid AI hell, which is using AI and using AI and using AI and using AI and never progressing from that to better your skills. AI is a fantastic assistant, not a main driver. Yeah. Unity docs are so-so. You also need to visit MSDN for the C# docs, although some not relevant to Unity. Yeah. So Unity docs are for using the Unity engine and framework. It's not for how to use C#, because C# is not Unity's product. I guess that's the good thing with GDScript as well, is GDScript documentation and Godot documentation are found in the exact same place because they're maintained by the same group. It's maintained by the Godot Foundation, like by the Godot project. Final follow-up question, what's the best approach to search for applicable libraries once you come up with an idea to add? This specifically is something I've abused AI for. So when you come up with an idea for something to make, you need to identify what the key elements are of that. So if you're looking at a game, you've got to identify if it's 2D or 3D. You've got to identify if you want it to have multiplayer support or single player support. You want to identify what type of game it's going to be. Is it going to be a puzzle game? Is it going to be an FPS? Is it going to be a horror game? Is it going to be a visual novel? That type of stuff. You identify those elements, and then you look for tools that support those elements. Howdy, Okie. You look for tools that support those elements. So in the idea of game engines, you've got the engine database. And in here, you can search, genre, 2D, visual novel. Right here. Oh, Dreth, thank you for the 3-month resub. You fantastic gedunt. Hello to you. Much appreciated. Using that Prime on me. You are a Prime subscriber. Yeah. So right here, you've got 3 game engines that are 2D visual novel game engines. You can also get rid of 2D and just go visual novel, which gives you Ren'Py as well, which is 2D, as well as like Narrator Engine. So this gives you, this allows you to find engines that match the game that you're looking to make. So an action game, for example, you've got these engines here, which are good for action games. If you want to focus on a programming language, let's say that you know C# programming, you filter by game engines that support C#. And then you've got all of these that you can look at. Now you've got feature tags as well. So does it come with an editor or this stuff you don't really need to worry about too much if you're new. But this way you can find a tool for the game that you're making. And then it's a matter of, once you've found a few different tools, if you know nothing about any of them, you probably need to tinker with a few different tools. And then you can move forward from there. You can get a feel for each of the tools and go, all right, this is the one that works best for me. And you go from there.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah, ads are over. At the start, it's always a long process, though.
Something, emperor, something.
Correct. 100% correct. Not at all a flawed quote. But yeah. You want to identify the aspect, like the core elements of your game or your project, whatever the project might be, whether it's a web project, a software project, a mobile app, a 3D game, a 2D game, a puzzle game, all this kind of stuff. And then once you know what the base structure of your game is, you can then look for tools that do that, and then tinker with a few of those different tools to find the one that suits you best. And then you start making it with that. I think this is everything I need. It's daunting, but I'm trying to get close to the production level for graduate positions. Marathon, no sprint. Exactly. Don't rush it. And also, if you're going for graduate positions, like entry-level positions, everything you learn through your degree, there will be some aspects where you'll be like, oh, this isn't actually done in the real world. And it's like, correct. Because when they teach you stuff in uni, they teach you, in a perfect world, this is how everything happens. Yeah. In a perfect world, this is the process everyone follows. It's not a perfect world, though. No, I have never worked anywhere that follows all of the best practices, because best practice is based on the company, what they're making, what their goals are, what time frames they have. All this type of stuff influences what the best practices are for each company. Which is why whenever I'm working somewhere and someone goes, we should be doing this because it's best practice. It's like, oh, I see. You've read an article that says everyone should do it this way without actually taking into account our specific situation.
Learn to say no. Say it so often that people stop asking you for anything.
100%.
There is no perfect world. Did my parents lie to me?
Yes. Your parents lied to you because they didn't love you enough. Oh, sorry, that was mean. I'm sorry, Escamina. What else can we do for this one here?
It's never too late to give up, or too early.
That's true. Truth hurts. Ooh, does the truth hurt? Truth is a pain. I feel there's something I'm missing here.
What doesn't kill you makes you have to keep doing this bullshit.
It's true. It's true. Open phone, open album, so I've got that stuff organized. They're cutting out the UI stuff. Move and take item. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, because like take item for me will be a radial that appears here.
You're doing your best, which is very hard to believe, LUL.
You're trying your best, and that's sad. I love that. I love those disappointing affirmations. Give, remove, done. Ooh. That's something I could do.
It's okay to be sad. Just remember to pretend that you're not. For others.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay to have feelings. But do you need to have so many?
The only thing all of your failures have in common is you.
Oh my god. Oh, that one hits. Oh, that's a harsh one. Damn. Oh my god. Demotivational Sunday night. Demotivational Monday. It's a new thing. We're gonna be doing demotivational Mondays. Send everyone to work feeling exactly like they should on a Monday. That's what we'll be doing tonight. Demotivational Monday. Oh, that one was so good.
Stop trying to make others happy. You can't even make yourself happy.
Oh my god. Nice. Nice. Complete transaction. Would be complete. No.
Everything will be okay, just not for you.
Transactional state. F Q PlayStation something, Xbox something. Tab PS something. Xbox something. Esk. PS Start. Xbox menu.
Okay,
like
last one. You're doing your best. Which is fucking embarrassing. LUL, that's rough.
Uh,
The risk I took was calculated. But man, I am so bad at math.
You're all so cheery. I love the demotivational stuff. The demotivational stuff is so great.
The only thing you've ever had that was a success was giving up.
Don't give up? No,
It is what
no,
it is.
don't.
A fucking
Give up.
nightmare.
It is what it is. A fucking nightmare. PS Y. No. Triangle. Xbox Y. They're both top, aren't they? Tablets be PSO. Xbox X. I think because it's ABYX. No, it's ABXY. ABXY. X square circle triangle. Or is it X square circle triangle?
It could be that the purpose of your life is only to serve as a warning to others.
I mean, yeah. ABXY. XO square triangle.
Believe in yourself.
Square
No one can fuck things up like you.
Special 2. Actually, I feel you should be square.
Do not matter in the slightest.
Square and X. Special 2 will be triangle Y. Tablets will be... We've already got X and A assigned. Tablet can be... right bumper. And you can be left bumper. So we have right trigger, left mouse. Right mouse, left trigger. E, X, A. Q, square and X. F, triangle and Y. Escape. PS start, Xbox menu. And then R, left bumper. Tab, right bumper. Nothing is assigned to 0 or B. I guess we could do like close currently open menu, or close tablet menu, Bobble Collection. And we have that as...
You did the best you could with the knowledge you had at the time. Which is a nice way of saying you were a fucking idiot.
Yep. That's true. Escape. PlayStation. Circle. Xbox. B. NA. Applies whenever a menu is currently open. Applies when tablet menu Bobble Collection is currently open. I like it. We've got pretty much every interaction we need. Now it's a matter of just putting them into the game. And then...
Okay, last one. You are good enough. Not the best, but you'll do.
Alright. I wonder, can I go... Is it UI database? Let's go TCG. TCG. How is there nothing found? Console PC. Prop Night. Not the Atari controller set up for retro games. Oh, now. I get you.
Don't let anyone tell you what you can't do. Prove to them that you can't do it.
Would it be... Would it be real world? Nothing. What? Hello? I'd like you to continue loading.
Damn, I found an insanely brutal one. I won't say it here.
Say it. Say it. I must know. Management, maybe. I'm very intrigued that Trading Card Game Simulator is not listed on here. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna do some. I need to do.
Smile. You're one day closer to death.
I need to do Duolingo. That's right. I completely forgot about that redeem. My bad. I was in the middle of a conversation when I did it. We had stuff go off. You said Swedish, didn't you? Let me do this so I already have an account.
So what's the final Duolingo logo?
I need to make sure I'm actually logged in. Not damn. So what's the final Duolingo logo? No idea. What is the final Duolingo logo? There we go. You want me to do Swedish? It's been a while since I've done Swedish. Let's see if we can do this.
What if oxygen is a gas that kills you slowly in an average of 90 years?
See, that's the thing, Escamina. Even if it is, we can either breathe it for an average of 90 years, or we can not breathe it for an average of 3 to 4 minutes. 3 minutes or so. You can't hear that, can you? You can't hear it because this got to my headphones and not to you.
Ja.
There we are. Now you can hear it.
Only you have the power to change your life. So that shit's definitely not happening.
I have only bright memories of her.
Det snöade hela dagen igår.
Det snöade hela dagen igår. It snowed all day yesterday.
Jag tycker inte om din attityd.
Jag tycker inte om din attityd. I do not like your attitude.
Duolingo is making fun of me of my crush.
Damn right. Damn right. Jag har bara ljusa minnes av henne.
Jag har bara
Failure is not an option. It's
Ljusa
included by default.
Minnen
av
av
henne.
henne.
Hon var full av glädje.
He is full of joy. She, hon, not han, hon. She was, not is, was full of joy.
Det är en vanlig attityd.
Det är en vanlig attityd. It is a usual attitude, common attitude. That is a common attitude. Det snöade hela dagen igår.
Det
Det
snöade hela dagen igår.
igår.
Det har varit många stölder på skolan.
Did you not just guess with trying to translate when it's in English?
Could you not just guess with trying to translate when it's in English? I want to come up with it without looking at the options first. Because if I look at the words, that's going to be easy. If I keep them out of my direct vision and try to try to remember what the actual sentence structure is and the actual words are, that's how I know I'm learning. If I can do that, I know what I'm doing. Det har varit många stölder på skolan. There have been many somethings in the school. Stölder. No, stölder. It's not what I think it is it?
I guess I don't learn.
It's not
Stölder.
thefts. Stölder. Of course, stölder sounds like stole or stoled. Past tense of, yeah. Alright. There have been many thefts at the school.
Det är en stor glädje att få barn.
Det är en stor glädje av barn.
Det är en stor glädje att få barn.
Att få barn. Okej.
Det är
stor glädje
få
för att barn.
Det är en stor glädje att få barn.
Ett få barn. It is a great joy to have kids, have a child, give birth. It has to be like, it is a great joy to det är en. Whoops, I put those two in
Vol
the
dina
wrong spot.
dramar, men ha GPS, de vet inte heller vart de är på väg.
Oh. The pronunciation of that. Follow your dreams, but have GPS. Du vet inte. Not there. You do not know. Interesting. Och they don't know either what the path is. They also don't know. Yeah, follow your dreams, but have GPS. But have a GPS. They don't know the way either. Yep, they don't know the way either. I got it. I know what that said. For the most part, I might have gotten a couple of things slightly wrong, but the general sentence is the same. I'm just going to leave that out. Can't be bothered. Medium source. Medium source is follow your dreams, but bring a GPS. They don't know where they're going either. Yeah, they don't know where they're going either. They don't know the way either. It was roughly the same. They know not either what they are on road. I don't know what road they are on. Anyone want to follow up with hot sauce? No. No, they don't. They're nice to me. This is a 50,000 Scoville hot sauce for anyone that's wondering. Ooh. Yeah, so the only issue was that I had air and N around the wrong way. Stölder. Det har varit många stölder på skolan. Hon var full av glädje. Now is it fullt or full? It's double L. Hon var full av glädje.
Det är faran.
Hydrate, I can do that. Det faran. It's not, it is a sheep. I can tell you that much. Well, they are sheep. It's definitely not that. What the hell is Foran? It's there is or it is. Oh my god, I've forgotten it. Danger. No, that is danger. That is the danger. That is the danger because it's Foran. Fora is danger. Foran is the danger. Merlin Blösser. Vegan. I can't put, like, it hasn't given me the special characters. It is vegan though, isn't it? Vinden. Where did I get vegan from? Vinden. Vinden. Yeah. Det är faran.
Det är faran.
Det är faran.
Det är faran.
Faran.
Det är en stor glädje att få barn.
Det
är en stor glädje. Få. Att
få
barn.
Få att barn.
Det är en stor glädje att få barn.
Att få barn. Cool. Good stuff, chat. Good stuff. Well, that keeps me at 1508. Nice. We've already done that. I may as well do a game of chess too. I'm not vegan. I'm probably going to move to my laptop in case my power goes out. There's purple lightning outside. Lights always go out with purple lightning. They also go out with grease lightning. Hey! It was a joke because I wrote vegan. Yes, it was. You know what else was a joke? Yo, mama. You can't go there now because I can take. If you take, I take. So, suck it. You take there, I'm just going to take there, and then you take there, I take there, so it doesn't matter. So now you do one of those two, and then I do that. Absolutely nothing has changed. Except for you going there. That's changed. And then down there. So what I want to do I'll move you there. So if you do go there, I can push there. Block that. You do that. I do that. You take there. I take there. That is a net loss for you. Well, I mean, not a net loss. It's a draw, pretty much. I planned it. I plan things. I know what I'm doing sometimes. Monday, your mama so fat time? No. See, now I'm attacking you. Now I take that, right? now I can castle on this side. So, yeah. Just immediately attack it. No, if I do that, you can go there. I take, you take, I take. I mean, it still works out for me if I do that. Whereas if I stay here, you can line that up. Then you can take, I can take, you can take, I can take, you can take. It's still a win for me, unless you bring that out. I could take this and force you to do that. I'll do that. Because now I'm going to be up a piece. So... if you take, I take, I'm up a piece. If you go there, I take, you take, I'm up a piece. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. I'm still up a piece. Can move you up there. Then when you come down there, I can just go there. Well, actually, no, because if you come down there, I just take it. So there's nothing you can really... like, you can line that up and prepare for this. But I've still got that lined up. So... it doesn't really make a difference, does it? Like, I can even go here. You defend that. So, yeah, exactly. Fuck off. I'm gonna go there. You go there trying to pin that. I just push you there. I'm fine with that. Because I can just take with you, so it doesn't really matter. And if you try to do this... oh, please do it. Please do it. Please do it. Come on. Do it. Aw, you're no fun. If I go here... push that. Innsbar, g'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? I have the upper hand in some chess at the moment. What were you doing today, Innsbar? I'm gonna go there. And if I can get there, you can't move. So if you don't take, if you do something else, I can move you there and attack both of these. Made some good progress on the sand simulation. Got some buttons, UIs, and text rendering. Nice. Nice. Cool. Now you have to move out to there. Or recall. But now I can move here. No, I can't. I'm gonna go back here. So that way I have that protected. So if you move over, I just take. Yeah. It's so hot in this room too, so I didn't stream as long as I wanted to. Is it that hot because of like the server doing the rendering and your PC running and whatnot, and it's just like all this heat being generated? If you do something like move back here or something, I can still go there and check. Alright, so this is going to end up being checkmate. Because you now move back. I go up here. I mean, all that. That works too. Let's do that. Let's try that. You'll go there. That'll be my next move. You'll probably go there. I'll go there. Oh, I see. You're going there. How interesting. That's fine. You're not able to do anything with where your rook's positioned. Like, you can go there, but now I just move back here, like... You can't checkmate me in this position. Like... What are you even trying to do? That's all mine. You want to go there? Now go back here. Like, that's fine. Watch this. I can go here, but you're just going to go back there, so it doesn't matter. If I take there, you take there, then... I go there to check. You take, I take. And then I've lost. Okay. I don't really want to sacrifice that piece. I know you're going to go there. I'm going to go here. Because then you'd go there. You have that lined up. But now I can start like doing that. Yep. Who would have guessed? Thanks for the lurk, Insba. Yeah, get out of the room. Get some water. You are late, Insba. Right, you're going to push that. Then I'm going to go here. Yeah, see, now I'm on the attack. That's fine. Like, it doesn't do anything. All you're doing is checking me for the sake of checking me. I can't do anything that would allow them... So I can't go there, because you'd go there and fork me. Actually, no, I can do that. Hopefully they go for that, and then I get their queen. Now you can't go there and check me. You gotta go all the way back there to check me. Not going there because you'd go there and win. Now you'd have to go all the way out there, but I own that. God damn it. Fucking hell. Like, just... douchebag forcing a fucking stalemate. What a loser. Yeah, he can force a draw, but yeah. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. The cat really likes it in here, but I don't. Well, leave the cat in there. Just leave the door open so you can leave. Want to have an egg fact for funsies? Yes. I'm a fan of facts. Give me all of the facts. Did you know there is green, blue, and etc. colored eggs? Yep. It's all based on genetics and has zero effect on nutritional value and how it's raised. Yeah. Yeah. Very true. We are going to have ads coming in a few minutes. That's going to be the 5 hours for this morning. When we come back tonight, I'm going to finish implementing this. Or I'm going to implement all of this stuff across all of the different interactables and figure out how I'm going to get them sent to the interaction manager. What we're going to do today, we are going to raid Mystery. It's their birthday. So, say happy birthday, you know. Let me actually just make sure they're still going for a bit. Yep, cool, they're still going for a bit. Here is the raid message. There's the raid message. I split my stream into 2 now. So I do 5 hours in the morning, take 5 hours in the afternoon to do other video editing stuff, cleaning, cooking, all that. And then I come back at the end of the day for another 5 hours. So I will be back in 5 hours to keep going with this. All right? Get some sleep in the meantime, all of you. Okay? All of you get some sleep. I am. That is correct, Intrex. I am back in 5 hours. Not gonna lie, it's only 5 a.m. I will not. See you in a bit. No worries. Good night, y'all, if you go on to bed. I will see some of you in 5 hours, and I'll see others that aren't here in 5 hours. Toodles. Until later.